know I've said it multiple times already, but let's actually get this done today. Let's finish this damn case. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll actually start the next game. Maybe. If my body doesn't, get out. I'm so ready for the next game. I even got myself a nice little cute, I got a Magatama necklace. It's fucking adorable. I was so happy when I found out that was a real, thing. Like, it's one of those, Japanese, I don't know the actual word for it. And I don't want to take a guess at it because I don't want to get it wrong and potentially be offensive or something. So I don't know, but it's supposed to Magatama's supposed to be like one of those healing things. I think it said it helps with anxiety, with productiveness, shit like that. So, I don't generally believe in that stuff, but at the same time, this looks cute. So if it helps me, then that's great. It's a win-win. Only problem is now I've got to remember what the fuck I was doing here. I've got the hiccups. That's a great start. Ah yes, we had to collect the last lunchbox. We were going to Gant's office. That was it. Where is that? This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. Oh my god. That boy in my class noticed me. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, I don't think the blame should be put on Edgeworth. He didn't even know. Clearly. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. Dear, I'm English, so I don't have to deal with Thanksgiving. I think festive is a word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator up to the top floor. Okay, thanks. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Emma, shut up. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. God damn it, Emma. Oh, I missed that. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charms or something like that. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Let's go. Oh, Jesus, that is quite the organ. You play, bro? Oh, the music. That's where the music was coming from. Whoa. Where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. It's real, isn't it? It's real, isn't it? Isn't it? It is. I don't fucking... Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. Oh, good God. Specifically organ lessons, not piano lessons like a normal kid. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. Good for you. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. Da 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 da. I never could remember where C was. Really? I mean, that's like the easy part. Knowing what key is what letter or note. And it goes like A, B, C, D, F, G, A, B, C, D, F, G, A, B, C, D, F, G. C is... Well, A is like when you got the 3 black keys. A is the white key between the second and third black key. So B... C would be the white key between the 2. Yo! Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. Wait, he was here the whole time? And we're just playing with his organ? That is not a sentence. I should have thought about that sentence before I said it. So, Wright, have you been swimming? Stop with the swimming! No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. You spoke to me literally, what, like earlier today? I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. Is that big picture on the wall over there? I was wondering what Lana had in her hand there. It's the suit of armor. I thought that's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. And the goddamn King of Prosecutors Award. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. It isn't? What isn't? Lana looks different, but I don't think that's it. Oh, is it the sword on the King of Prosecutors? Yeah. The sword's gone. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Gantt team picture added to the court record. Oh, my hate is silences. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Okay. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Are his eyes so freaky then? Because, like, I don't know if his eyes change or if he just has them closed normally. And it's just when he's being serious and being like, fuck you, that he has his eyes open and then they just look creepy, or if his eyes look different normally. Looks like we aren't welcome. Yeah, well, there's a blue badger. It seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gantt denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. I don't know. But going back into the police station helps. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. Oh, you were kicked out, weren't you? Oh, Gumshoe. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. First they kick me out of meetings in the cases I'm on in the game, and then they kick me out of the fucking game. Life is just terrible for me. Poor Gumshoe feels bad. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Maybe he'll let us into the office. So, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? Again, I don't think he should be responsible. He clearly had no clue. That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Exactly. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Sorry, Emma. Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumours going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. Alright, okay, yeah, that does make sense then. But now, with this... Are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack, you mean... when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. That was Emma. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realised Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. A witness? Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh. I guess it would have been witnesses. Or maybe. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Okay. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then, when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. Well, sounds like he confessed. So he turned himself in? Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. Yeah, that last witness. AKA Emma. Dumbass. I love you, Gumshoe, but you're a dumbass. Murder weapon. There it is. About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. I believe it was the broken murder weapon you were speaking of? What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. Until, like, the other day. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. I was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Yes, do tell. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. Was it found inside the body? That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. Oh, shocking. Where else would the knife tip have been? It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty convenient. Conclusive. It's pretty convenient too. Neil's autopsy report out to court was stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Kant. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The Chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Please? Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. Oh, sweet, we have some. What, really? We had the guest one he gave us as well. But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. She's just like, Edgeworth, maybe. You, no. Well, how about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Damn. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. Wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. The Blue Badger. Let's have a look see at this. You said something was in here and there's no new information in here. I'm trying to think. Okay, let me move around a bit, see if there's anything anywhere else. Oh no, nothing. Oh, that's the point. Edgeworth is missing. Is he here? I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? You sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Yeah, I see it. Tough day in court, huh? I had to live with the past 2 years. I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Sure, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what did you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. You didn't know it was forged evidence. It was given to you by a trusted fucking colleague. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, the evidence was false. I mean that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Hold on, let me just grab that. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth's sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean. I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. Mr. Edgeworth, none of it's your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. Sorry. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. To get Gumshoe to let me into the office. I was joking when I said, oh, he wouldn't lose his job for Nick, but maybe for Edgeworth, but it seems like, yeah. Okay, back to our conversation. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? Huh. First last year's trial, now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. I love you too, dude. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What is that sheet of paper? What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long as this. It's only half as long as most lists. That's odd. That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seems strange about it. Yeah, can I get any information out of him about that? Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. They can't. You ever seen a fucking music show award? Bitches not be showing up to that, and it's like they send a video like, oh thanks, or they don't even bother with that. So yeah, you can very easily do that. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? Yeah, the fucking body in his car. This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked me to hold on to that, didn't he? He did take the body. Oh good god, yeah. It's all clicking in my head now, yeah. That's why he was asked to come back here to carry the body back. Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Can I just present that to him? This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started... hiccups again. Making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Miss Marshall's holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? No, but that's interesting. That's quite funny because, you know, you would protect against a halberd with a shield, and it's a word for contradiction. So that in itself is a contradiction. Is that true? That's actually quite interesting. Me? Sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. He believed that? Oh, the music. Oh no, I feel like there are going to be some words here that I do not pronounce correctly, so I apologize in advance. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd, he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any okay, I see that. But if you tried to hit the shield with the sword that could stab through anything, would it stab through the shield because the shield could withstand any weapon? It doesn't make sense. Wait a minute. Objection! Those claims contradict each other! Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Right? Anyway, as he mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. He's a fucking stupid merchant if he was like, this weapon stabs through anything, this shield stops any weapon. Like, dude, you said the one after the other, you're dumb. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Ah. I wonder if that's a true story. That's actually quite interesting. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. But why are they broken? The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks Mr. Edgeworth, I learned something new today. So did I, that's cool. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago he had the halberd part of the sword abolished. Award. Not sword. Chief Gant. Oh, his name just keeps popping up, doesn't it? Removed at Gant's behest. Is that it? Is that all I need to do with you? Seems like it. I should get the last lunchbox here. Excuse me, is Angel Star? Yo. Would either of you care for a £1/4 of roast beef? What, raw? It looks raw. Miss Star! I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Yeah, that's the joke, isn't it? Like, who the fuck was that person? Like, okay, bro? Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? Yeah. The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. Well, it seems like he was already dead at that point. I don't know what exactly she was doing, making it look like she was stabbing him, but I'm pretty sure he was already dead. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savoured when eaten. Miss Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Yay! Lunchbox Specialist. Rare achievement unlocked. Check out every lunchbox Angel Star has to offer. Sweet. That's it for this game. I'll get an achievement when I finish this case. And then we're done with this game. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Wait, half a year? Well, when Gumshoe was telling us the story, it's like one day he killed someone, then he killed some other guy who witnessed him killing that guy, and then someone else witnessed that, and then he was trying to bury the bodies, and then someone else saw that, and he killed him, and then he turned himself in. Like, made it sound like it all happened in quick succession, like it did, so that would be a spree killer as opposed to a serial killer, but whatever. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Interesting metaphor. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Huh? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. The legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. Also, Lana admitted there was forged evidence. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Oh, here's that picture again. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. Oh, so there's something dodgy about him in general. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean, yes, I think that's what she means, Nick. Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Yes. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yeah. Again. Myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall? When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she'd lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr, that's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why does she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. You guys? Oh, okay. The prosecutor's office. Ah, okay. So that's why you put Lana there. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. That's just made me realise that it's possible to get a bad ending to this game. And there is an achievement for getting a bad ending to one of the games, so I think it's the second, well, not one of the games, one of the cases in the games. But I think it's the second game? Thank you, Miss Starr. I do not have the achievement list anymore. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. Yeah, well, you wouldn't know, love, the shit you're peddling. Oh, god damn it, that's not what I wanted to search. That's also not it, but that'll do. No, I don't want the walkthrough. Can I just have the bloody achievements list? Episode 5. And then, yeah, it's the next game by the looks of it. TNT, JFA. Get the bad ending. Yeah, that's JFA. Clear all. Yeah, okay. We're good for this game. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Bye. Let's go to Gumshoe. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistence. Persistence? don't know. But my answer's still no. Hmm? I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Yeah, I think maybe this? What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way. Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted his detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Tucked swiftly into pocket. Okay, bye to you as well. Police Department Chief's Office. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Sweet, it worked. Ba, ba, ba. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoes are gonna. Oh, okay, you're with us. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Yeah! They just knock each other out. I wouldn't be surprised. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Oh dear, Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Jesus, that's a bit of an overreaction, is it not? Hey, don't do that to my card! Sorry. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. Examine. Ooh, a safe. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. Oh, that's easy. We've got, fingerprint powder. We can see which buttons he pressed. Right? No, the game's not going to let me do that. That'll be too easy. A 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. Oh! Oh, it's... Don't tell me. Don't tell me it's 777777777. I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... No. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. I swear to actual fuck. Bingo. What number did you enter? 7. 7 times. Whose birthday was that, pal? 7777. I dread to think whose birthday that is. 77777777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? Oh, were we not supposed to know it was his? No, we were. Right? I mean... Okay, I guess they didn't state so in the game. I thought it was kind of obvious, though. Number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. Of course it was him. You mean 777777777, that ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Duh. Say, anyone care to look inside? Okay. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Dude, that's worrying. Look, it's a... Oh. Shard from a broken cup. That's the missing piece from that thing. It somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? I know where I've seen it before. There's something else in here too. A handprint on some cloth. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. With a handprint on it. Can we fingerprint it? This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I highly doubt it. I don't think so. Oh. Well, it was just a thought. Is that it? That's all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Well, okay, I can prove that broken thing. Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. Oh, easy. Oh, never mind, hold on. There. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Oh, those were the days. That was like yesterday. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards has an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in this safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Yeah. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Okay. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Rude. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. Thanks. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Oh, that was easy. There. Fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. But why? In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But... Hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached is different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. a reddish line? That's blood. Wait. Are we pretending like you hadn't seen that there before? I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Huh? I don't know. Is there anything in it? Why is the bottom hollow? Okay, so which was the piece we just attached? Would that be the bit with the solid lines? Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. If you're on about the blood, it's really not hard to make out. Huh. Looks like blood. This piece the chief has is different, though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. Okay, yeah. But this one's a line. That's odd. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Nothing else. Okay, wait, how do I connect the other one? Ooh, name of the deceased, Neil Marshall, 27, male, date and time of death, February 19th, between 7 PM and 7:30, cause of death, single stab wound piercing heart/lung, assessment, died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. In under 10 minutes? So, 10 minutes had passed since he'd been stabbed. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Okay, I don't know how to connect that other thing. Maybe I should just show him everything. If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information, so that's why I have to get it out of my system now. You understand, don't you? Don't be so negative, detective. We don't want you to share your information. We do want you to share your information, though. Oh, who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to begin with. Oh, gosh. Oh, God. To stay positive. If I'm fired, I won't be able to. Okay, yeah. I've been studying up on this file, so there's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice. I for one ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dock guilty. Nothing here. It's a really long goddamn conversation as well. Oh, fuck that, let's just talk to him. The desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No sir, this is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. This is a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Wow. Fun. Of course he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So, ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. Does that mean there might still be evidence there? There can't possibly be any clues remaining. You say that and it makes me think that there is. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind, don't worry about it. Okay, now then. Let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on, not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? Oh, definitely, yeah. What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think? I just... using the word right twice in a sentence. He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? I think he's looking pretty guilty. Chief Gant, so it finally comes to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. No, I was trying to click that. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. No, he was writing or some shit. He put the paper in the desk, okay. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the lists run twice as long as this, though. That's exactly what Edgewood said. Like, in pretty much exactly the same words as well. Hey, look at the case, Nick. Is it SL7? Huh? SL9 even. 7? Where did I get set off from the 7s earlier? SL9 incident? I wonder what this is doing here. So do I. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about the evidence list. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. Yeah. See? It's almost exactly word for word what Edgewood said. Is this the other half of the list, or is... What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Evidence list added. I'll go and talk to Gumshoe at some point. Oh, okay, so I can't fingerprint, but let me luminol. Hit this suit of armor all luminoled up. In case anyone got murdered up there. Somebody splattered up there. Slide. Oh dear. Blood. Well, obviously that's where the guy was murdered, I'm guessing. Whoa, this area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? Must be, when Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull. So a murder really did take place here. Okie dokie, is there any more? Wouldn't it have taken me out of this if there was no more? So there's gotta be more somewhere. Don't be suspicious as fuck organ. Or on these pots on the safe, on this pointy thing. The pointy thing is a sword, clearly, but or a knife. No, I guess there isn't anymore. Okay, let's examine the desk again. A list of evidence from S Online incident. Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list. What would this list be doing here? We'd better look a little more into this list. I will do once I've finished examining the place. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons. Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? Probably a lot. What, you mean we're paying for this? Emma, you're a child. You aren't paying any taxes. That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. You dum-dum. Shh. Careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in his armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. His boobs definitely wouldn't. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out, you guys don't know how scary that guy can be. The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. Jesus. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. Wow. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office. And... well, I missed that, but I'm guessing he plays the organ. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in his ears. How the shit can he still hear then? So it's an instrument of punishment. Literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? That's what I just said. Earplugs? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. Slide over. Look at this giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. Does it? This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. Rude. These shelves are mostly empty. Quite astute. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a picture there. Yeah. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. It's a photo? Does not look like a photo. This was Lana's desk. Sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. It looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gamp must still keep it clean in her memory. Memory of her their partnership. Fucking god damn it. They were the stuff of oh my god. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? Well, I've already sprayed the fucking thing with luminol, so there's a photo. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. then went along with Chief Gant's question dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead in just a few hours. Do you think? Okay, that seems to be it. Can I ask him about this? Oh. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. Say, this design's based on an old Chinese parable, right? Yeah, everyone knows that. There was this, dragon. Yeah, that's it. A dragon. He had a thing for shields, see? That's not exactly the version we heard. No, but this one sounds more exciting. Anyway, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details. Thanks. That is nothing new there. God, I've got so much evidence. What was anything here? No. Okay, so I think that's it for this room. Although I didn't get that cloth. A piece of cloth. Oh wait, I didn't look at the evidence list. Really? I can't... Hey, up, what's this? For fuck's sake, I can't turn it the correct way. I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now. Well, it's clearly a drawing of something. With people. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. Okay. Let's go to Edgeworth. Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea? Oh, okay. I'll pass on the tea, just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very stylish manner. Whose side are you on, anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. Well, I would have thought that that would help. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. I think I've already showed him this. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he has just started making a name for himself. Yeah, I have. Oh good god, now I've got to hear this door. Ugh! Maybe she has something to say about the evidence list? No. No, she's got nothing to tell me. So I've got to find a way to get Gumshoe to give me that other thing. Unless... Lana? Nope. It's to do, especially when the interest of both parties are involved. She really needs it. Lana. What about this? No. She's got nothing. So yeah, that just leaves here. Which means there's got to be something I need to present. I did this, didn't I? Yeah. I guess I'm just gonna keep showing him shit until I find the right one. Found a Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed Mr. Edgeworth's knife. Why would drive chief prosecute this guy to do such a thing? Wait, I don't mean... I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have... someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. Showed him that, but if it wasn't for the piece of evidence, he wouldn't have been found guilty. A broken tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. Ever since that case was solved, this knife's been in Detective Goodman's locker. Oh, okay, I was supposed to have done that. How could it have possibly gotten to Mr. Edgeworth's car? Not only that, but it was wrapped in Lana's scarf. What's even more mysterious is whether that's called a scarf or a muffler, innit? Answer me that, pal. Okay, you don't wonder anything. ID card record present. That's the ID card record, isn't it? There's only one number left to investigate at 420. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive office number. 7777777. That's 1 too many, Detective. That's why he said, I think you're one too short this time. I was supposed to show him this before I did the safe. An executive officer, I just might have a hunch. I tried that. Maybe. I feel a lot better now this jar's complete. But it only raises another question. What was a piece of it doing in the chief's safe? More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for anyway? I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this. I can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that. You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? It died? Oh. He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. I have to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. Not me. Why are you looking at me like that? Okay, so I've tried everything now, haven't I? Okay, no, fuck, that's the wrong button. that? Yeah, no. I don't know. He has said a couple of things. Maybe he's got me. Nope. I've searched everything. Oh. This mark looks like some kind of flower. Where it is, it's designed after the insignia on the prosecutor's badge. Prosecutor's badge? Yeah, like the one hanging from your collar. That's defense attorney. What? They have badges too? Yeah, you learn that in Ace Attorney investigations. The design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system. Oh, like it's spiky? Now that you mention it, it does kind of look all pointy and kind of painful. But Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge. Did Nick just call him Mr. Edgeworth? The fuck? That's because he's a sharp dresser. A badge like that wouldn't go well with his outfit. Clash. So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges? Oh, Emma. I guess everyone just kind of lets it slide. I don't see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. Also, none of the prosecutors we've faced have worn badges. Okay, but that gave me absolutely nothing. Which is just brilliant. This window. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here... At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. That's gotta be it. I'm lost now. I tried to show that to Edgeworth, but it won't let me. There's nothing really else on it. And I like this. There's nothing I can see here either. I can't even examine the picture. Nothing new here either, I don't think. My brain. I need to find a way to get that cloth. I mean, it wouldn't let me fingerprint it. So there's got to be something here which it can be used with. I presented everything. It won't let me fingerprint it. I don't know what. Detective Gunshaw, I'd like you to have a look at this. I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprint? That's how I was supposed to do that? That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town, sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Yeah, but I wouldn't have... Actually, that does make sense that that's how that works. Okay. Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Ooh, fingerprint time. Let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Oh. Okay. Oh, she was just saying sprinkle it onto the cloth. I was assuming I was sprinkling it all over the cloth, but no, I have to pick a finger. Oh, that one's blurry. No good. Let's try a different pickup finger. That's a good one. Whose fingerprints are these? Whose So it's not Gant. It's not Meekins. Not Marshall. Bruce Goodman. Not Gumshoe. Not Lana. Oh dear, it's Emma. So where's this handprint from? No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They're not clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing on this inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Yeah. Well, was I any help? Yes, you were. Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? Oh, please don't tell me he's about to tase me like Von Karma did. In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Yeah, Chief Gan. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Ow. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir, sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Nisa? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir. Yeah, his eyes are different there. But he's still evil. Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait, you. The one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Lisa? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair. You've forgotten my name all of a sudden? You're free to go. Mr. Wright? Yeah, I'd like to argue she's underage. She is still a minor, therefore you cannot talk to her alone. Whether it be a police investigation or not, she still has the right to have an adult carer or supervision with her. Her sister is currently in custody. Apparently, I'm her fucking guardian right now, so you have no right to kick me out of that room. What kind of fucked up law do we have here in Japanifornia? Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you had to go sneaky in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I'd have never said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gantz was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm going to try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day, without a guardian. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. There's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. But you didn't kill him. Is that what you're getting at? He was killed some other way, but you just put that knife in there or something. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. Okay, so, theory. It seems like Gant is holding something over her head to get her to do whatever it was he wants. Which I'm guessing in this case is covering for this murder, which implies that he did that, but that part's irrelevant. The thing he's got over her head, it seems, is that Emma actually killed Marshall. Is that what we're getting at here? So he was like, I'll keep it hush-hush that your sister did it, but you've got to do this shit for me. I'm gonna go ahead and guess with the way this game works. Everyone thinks Emma did it, but it wasn't actually Emma, it was someone else. Let's see. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth, it's that you can't. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What's this person's name? Again. Wellness guy? Mr. Wright, you're addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offences. Why is it though that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in a safe in Chief Gant's office that I totally didn't break into because the safe combination was really stupid, so... This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Oh, okay, Nick doesn't. I thought he'd assumed that it was because she was protecting Emma. Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Yeah, so it was Gant. Because he's the one that got, for some reason, got Edgeworth, like, drive this random screwdriver back to the prosecutor's office. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. Oh. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. Hey, I called it. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Well, duh. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me as I plunged the knife in. Why were you holding him upright when you did that, though? Miss Star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgewood's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. Yeah, but he was still, like, threw you to the wolves, because he obviously at this point knows that you didn't kill that guy. Yet he's being like, I guess you must have. He'd already stolen the ID card. But it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. It seems so, yes. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Oh, but you know I will. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer? I imagine it's got something to do with Gant. That would make sense. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. To be continued. God, why did that investigation section take so long? The trial is going to be really long as well. God damn it. This case just never ends. February 25th, 9:47 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. This is the defendant's lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? I mean, she's in prison, so it's not like she could just fuck off. And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Oh, yeah. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Oh dear. Gantz figured out we took that stuff. and whatever Emma's handprint was on has something to crime, therefore she's been arrested for murder. Who the owner of the 7777 ID number is, that is. Oh, okay. Well, I have pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. Truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid, today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright? Bye. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Court is now in session for the trial of Ms. Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statements, but it's been 3 fucking days, so there's no more opening statements. Question mark? But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant? Yo! Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, had you been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours? Stupid long pauses. Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's she about to do? What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, you're fired? Yeah, I no longer require your services. But Lana... Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Huh? Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there is no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant... That was Edgeworth. One moment, Your Honour. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, Oh no. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. Oh shit. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, huh? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honour, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Ms. Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue... I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Ms. Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. And that's where Emma was. Oh, she's sad. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. You sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. That's what that thing was. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know if I'd present that drawing now. It's probably just press on everything. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. Oh? The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. Well, she just said she wanted to play the organ that day. Is that relevant to anything, or did she just say that for no fucking reason? A man took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. You say that, but y'all also said that he turned himself in. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? He chased him, didn't he? We know that. That day there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Really? His name was mentioned like a second ago. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Why do I keep getting the hiccups? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. So, would you say it was dark? The lights? Fucking hiccups! It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Lightning? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. No more. So, you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. So she drew a picture, she said this already, so that's what that is. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before she did. Well, Mr. Wright, have you had enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Well, it's because it was on the list of evidence. Or the other half of it. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, please. Thank you. No, it's not been lost. It is here. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Well, he said he didn't have the other half of the evidence list. He was concerned about how short it was. I'm guessing Gant hid the picture. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that the prosecutor for that case, as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list from the SL9 incident? Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Ah, what's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? I did try to give you this yesterday, to be fair, and you had a hissy fit at me, so... What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? Oh, is this... these lists? They're different from each other, okay. I was confused for a second. I was like, wait, I thought that was the other half of the list. But no, they were assuming it was the same list. But it's not, I was right. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. Also, this one says page 1 of 2. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in the case ever reached you. What? What? Order, order. Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. No one ever bothered to turn that sheet over or accidentally turned it over or saw something dart through it and thought, what's on the back of this? Yes, that is quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. The blue badger! Oh no, it's the blue badger. 2 years ago? I thought the blue badger was new. That's that thing. The thing that was dancing in the evidence room, yeah? Clearly this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper and drew it in the same ink, pencil, obviously, but on the same thing. I really don't like that music. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about the picture you drew 2 years ago? Hold on, can I actually look at the list now? Oh. Well, that's not useful. I was wanting to look at the other side of the list. Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see was shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later? The memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? Because of the shadows? Except the knife, or it's more like a ruler, it's a blunt knife, is not black, it's white. So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma, I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? Another statement that we have to press, that's what happened. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No. I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Hey, that's what he said a minute ago. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in there. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detective. It wasn't influenced. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. Better watch out or you might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright? Is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Is it the fact that the knife is blunt? Is that, yeah, it's not sharp, so it must be that. Sorry, what can I present? Can I present the murder weapon? Would that work? No. What about the picture? Can I present the picture? No. Yes. But of thinking. Oh, stabbed in the back, died from a punishment. This? Yes. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? That he was stabbed with a sharp knife. This part. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. Come on, Emma, you're not dumb. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. Exactly. So that's weird. It's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, can you see a problem? Could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. What is the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand? No, because the tip of it was found in his body. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does this mean? Oh my god, objections everywhere. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. She was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Nah. Order, order, order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Well, that's what Emma Lana said. Your Honor, please allow me once again to go over the events that took place the day of the murder. this isn't even the trial, the case that we're supposed to be, whatever. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gantz. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. That's true. There's no other way around it. This can't be the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? I wonder. Another broken knife beside Joe Dark's? The one that you keep bringing up repeatedly throughout the fucking case. Could there have been one? There is one. The witness is adamant about the accuracy of what he saw. It can't just be explained by a simple observation. Mr. Wright? In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then we have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon is already broken by the knife. There's only one way. Here is the real murder weapon. Take that! If anything's broken here, it's you. Huh? I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. May I remind you that the fate of Miss Lana Sky hangs in the balance. I was wrong. Sorry, Your Honor. Another weapon is very broken. Picture? Take that! The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here, inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor marshal is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. More shouting of order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was sentenced to a knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out his knife. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. Objection! That can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Wright? He was the one that was stabbed. Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, the man raising a knife would have been prosecuting Neil Marshall. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? List? One with that picture scribbled on the back? picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. Trying to figure out. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? I knew it was the blue badger that killed him. This should be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual.
Objection!
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Exactly. Yes, well, okay. Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further. Oh? Lana? What is the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Not that one. You can't just... Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Yeah, she believes Emma killed him. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. What the fuck could she... What would it... Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Yeah, because Lana just freaked the fuck out. What haven't we used yet? We haven't used that. Could that be the blue badger? A clear handprint can be seen on the leather cloth. The print belongs to Emma. I think I'll keep this information to myself. The evidence list just gives me the picture. So, okay, so it's sideways. So let's look at this sideways. Is that the window? Oh, is this up on the wall? I mean, that part's got those shiny, circly things on it, but that doesn't look like the blue badger at all. We've got that part, haven't we, here? You're fucking kidding me. Does kind of look a little like the blue badger. A little bit. But not really. Yeah, the 3 points are on the top of his head. Whereas this is all around. Yeah, no. But that... I don't know, that's close enough that I think that might be it. But... Well, if that was up on the shelf, then... Yeah, I guess. When I saw him around raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. That was the only flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Was it this? It was. Oh, Jesus Christ. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But, Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. See, that's the problem, like... which way round would it be? It would only really sit that way if it was on its side. Nope. Shh, please don't give me a penalty. Horizontally. Why has the music got to play? That way? No. Oh! No. Well, those look more curved when it's like that. It's gotta be like that. For fuck's sake. Oh, maybe the broken one's gotta be pointing up. Let me try it that way. No, because they're pointing too far down then. The only way I can make it look right is like... Can I just do that? I can't figure out the correct position. Scrolly, 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 scrolly. Seriously, if it... Is it this position? Is this... Or maybe it wants me to do it upside down. That it? No. I'm trying to make it look like the badger.
Objection!
Gotta rotate it, rotate that badger. I just don't understand because the angle that I've got it. No, it's this way. Like, because it has got. Like, that is the only way I can see it. Wait, what? I did that like 4 times. I did that 4 times, that exact... Why was it so finicky? Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be. Yep, more order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's the difference now that we know the witness saw the jar? The location, right? They said it was over by that suit. Yeah, it was over by that suit of armor that was the other side of the room. But then what about the bloodstain? Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. By the suit of armor. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gans. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these 2 facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Unless he wanted to make it look like Emma had done it. So move over to where she was. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I have an idea. I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? If you're trying to claim that knife, then not necessarily, no. Ah. The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, He would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nonetheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man in the sky knocks away with actually prosecuting Neil Marshall, Judge is just like, yes, I'm on the edge of my seat. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No. Dead. Well, you've gone and killed her. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Well, it clearly wasn't her. That's not how this game works. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances... Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believing your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. Yeah, we can. Where the fuck's Maya? This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Oh, you're talking about the fucking blood on the bars. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Cannot be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek: the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he just going to speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Luna? Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments he had left to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim could have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Oh, okay, I'm connecting lines. Oh, I see what this says. Uh-oh. That's not good. There's Emma. Yeah, this is a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocent. What? That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Yeah, but there was also that time that Maya was written in blood on that receipt. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Again, that's not how this game works. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Oh god, Gant's here to come and absolutely screw himself over. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Well, yes, worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. He wasn't innocent, though. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. That's a weird noise. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer, that's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? He might have seen an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, 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 order. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. Oh my god, I've got to finish this. I have to finish this. I refuse to not finish this game. But trial latter now, so this should be the last part, theoretically. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. The two rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. Okay, so what's rule number 2? Because I'm guessing that's going to be relevant. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess she needs that. I guess I'll just give this book a thorough read. Evidence law securely slipped into pockets. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, right? That's the second rule of evidence law. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth? The real trial today hasn't begun yet. Oh, good God. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she's unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Here we go, it's the final fucking stretch. Court will now reconvene from the trial of Ms. Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honour? The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honour. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, cough, cough. This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking, and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. Oh. What? There's no precedent for what you're proposing. Yeah, the defense calling a witness? What the fuck? Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Who do I call as a witness? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright? You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Oh, okay, Gan.
Take that!
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Okay, I've just gotta kick his ass, and then we're done. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Was this some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch, not for a swim. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Also, the defense called you, not the prosecution. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. I like to think I'm a bit of both. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kind of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. That's kind of bullshit. Because then, like, what in this, like in this case, what if he's if he's a fucking murderer? Or do I have to indict him to force him to testify? Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Oh, don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, I can stop at any point. Okay. If this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. I get the feeling at some point he's going to start refusing to testify. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, come on, you must have given testimony before. You know you have to be concise and precise. You just said, me and Neil are questioning him. The first question is going to be, who's him? You don't just say him, you have to say Nick. You have to... I've been in court before. I know how finicky they get when you don't spell everything out. You have to spell that shit out. And he's just said him, so now Nick's gonna be like, who's him? To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Doc was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Doc bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. What did he have in that safe again? There's the handprint, the piece of the jar, and the other half of the evidence list. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department nowadays. Okay, Nick's just not a fucking good attorney, I guess. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all filed up too. Filed? Fired. That's probably what spooked Doc and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Doc ran for it. Okay. So, the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Doc made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Storm, bruv. Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Doc was also lying, collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. How long did it take them to get there? How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. But why would she move her from that side of the room to her side of the room? It'd be less, suspicious if his body was found there. I mean, him off this sword thing on the suit of armor, but you don't need to move his body across the room. That doesn't make sense. Yes. Anyway. So you're saying the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office. That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you're better off staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker. Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgeries? I know. Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. I think I have an idea. We found that part of the pot, didn't we? A part of the pot was found in his safe, and the part of the pot was the part that still has the lines on it. If someone wiped it away, why wasn't that part wiped away? Because it was already broken? Is what I'm thinking? The dark red stains must be blood traces from 2 years ago, and the fragments found in Chief Gant's office still had lines remaining on it, yes. I think this might be it. That ties into it. Well, fingers crossed.
Objection!
Yay! You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier, yes. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. Yeah, all of this I obtained illegally, but let's ignore that. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proofs that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. See, admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery. No, I think he's probably trying to attempt to say you forged it. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can also do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. I think it was implied the other day that he was already fired. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. I was trying to protect Lana and Emma, is that what he's getting at? Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Doc was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way, as it would. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am Chief of Police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Edgy. In return, though. I know. The place, right? That place, right? Are they talking about swimming again? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? I'm guessing you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. Wait. Okay, I have a couple of different ideas on what I should actually do here. It could be present the evidence law book, because he wasn't following evidence law when he was putting them in his safe. Or it could be the jar again, because it was broken. It was broken before the stuff was wiped off of it, which means that... It means something.
Objection!
No. Nope. Okay, I'm just gonna press everything first. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? I think he said he meant cow tipping. Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Wright's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. Never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they're found after Dark's conviction, then they're worthless. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all I know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right? The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Wright. Think about it. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. She wasn't, right? Obviously. Well, and also, I know she's in later games, so... Now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me in any way. Really, Chief Gann? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would of course be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh? The resolution of the SL9 incident secures your promotion to Chief. That in itself is a sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. I know the music. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Yeah. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. Yeah. There, it's out in the open now. G, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Okay, so that's pressing all of us. So let's press this one. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I truly care about is yours. The only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. No, but you could use her to manipulate Lana. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. He's laughing again. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Yes. True, you might not have helped anyone for their sake. Yeah. To manipulate Lana. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright? It appears you're positively determined to betray the chief. There's a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Lana.
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Right then, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying I've done such a thing? Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you getting hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order, order, order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? The chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Oh shit, yeah, this. Yes. The murderer is the one who came in the room. Yes, I can. Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Take that!
This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list that we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits, you don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. You've just admitted to breaking into his safe. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh, it's pissed. Order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright to be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, So you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't happen to have been with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, John. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting. In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us a proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant. There's a lost item report, but he didn't finish filling that out. It's supposed to be, yeah, submitted to the chief of police. Yeah, but he didn't hand it in. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report. That's what I'm saying. Which means you can't be sure if you filed it. He filed it. How do I know? No, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done that. Something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you'd really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Ah! Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, but no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Nigel's car isn't in here. The screwdriver is. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. Yeah. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? Is here because... Ugh. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here at the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here. He got you to move the body. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean the body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. Well, he doesn't seem too frazzled right now, so this isn't good. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order, order. What the hell is going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Going back to the photograph that started with the prosecutor's office. That was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Why has she got blood all over her jacket? Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird session. The cross-examination isn't finished. Remember what I told you earlier. The police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. Can't we indict him on the murder now? I stabbed old Goodman? That's what you're saying? That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. Say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. I don't have any proof, do I? Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? No. Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made misguided dispose of his body? No. Do I have any concrete proof? Yet. There's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. Sergi? In that case, this court is forced to penalise you for your alleged allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Wright. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Edgy, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? Lady Luck, huh? Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth? What do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Lana. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Lana. The defendant? Miss Lana Skye? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. Oh, God. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen, good Lana. He's talking to Lana. You did just say her name. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. He's openly threatening her here. Like, can no one see this? That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Oh, this isn't good. Of course you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. He's literally just openly threatened Lana in the fucking court, and everyone's still like, yeah, this was legit, yeah. It's like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks for your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe? Huh, I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yes, sorry about that. Oh, don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knot girl you used to work with. You are not my new Maya. Could he mean Maya? I mean, she's gonna be back for the next game, I think. Well, actually, no, I think it's Pearl next game, but... Or maybe not. I don't remember. Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How has he always got the upper hand? not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. The risks? What are the risks? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma? Where have you been? Yeah, when I came to, I was in a oh yeah, she passed out. I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma? I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything that Chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you wanted to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Yes, please. Please, it's time to end this. Another to be continued. It's so tempting to just give up. And be like, I'll finish this another point, but no, I've gotta do it. This is the last bit. Come on. Now then. Will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we get to have the chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offence. Of course I'm sure. But Lana, if this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. I'm stumbling over fucking words. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gans and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have... Yes. Not so good. She must have been good coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why... But think about it, Miss Knight. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you can present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated evidence to this goal. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana, so that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? I thought he fell backwards onto the statue. I don't know. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change the statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. That's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. You planted okay, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know it. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why did you move the body? That's not clear. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gambler's death. But the body was found by your death. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason this guy moved the body. The pieces of jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. My only motivation was to get Doc convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. So she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. Let's get Lana to talk now. If she's lying, then she's bound to step up and make a contradiction. Then this is the jar that shattered during the events. But so that means the writing that was on it was before. So yeah, that's what I was saying before.
Objection!
The writing had to have been done after the stabbing. Miss Skye, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order, order. Your Honour, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth toward which we are headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so large I'm sure I got all of them. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So then why was one not wiped clean? You didn't find one. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. I already know what I need to do here. Now, how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera handle. Even I carry a bottle of emergency lumen or wherever I go. I never miss anything. I've got every last piece. So she's absolutely certain of that, so... Here's the jar again. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Unless it's not that she didn't collect them all, it's that the jar was broken, and when he broke it, he took that piece so that he knew he would have a bit of it, like insurance. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed the piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. Pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were already in my mouth all along. Believe that? Now someone's done the same, bro. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that! There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for over 2 years? He didn't say anything, but his mouth was moving. Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No. Now what? Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? Insurance. In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister to have killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. Oh, her finger's bleeding. No! I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Hey! Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. What? Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Oh god, let me guess, she does. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright, please present this picture. I got a book. She gave me a book. Yes. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There might be a picture in there somewhere. Oh, okay, now it wants me to do it again. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why couldn't I do that before? Hey, there's a picture here. Oh, he did. Oh. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detectives saw the crime scene like this. because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I rearranged everything. Okay, I'll look at the picture in a second. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? With Emma's handprint on it. She did push him. What's this? Yep, we've been here. The cloth has fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Well, good thing she couldn't read my mind this time. Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. As long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Wait, what? Oh god. Come now, Edgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant? What, now you want to make me out to be now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make a statement of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall or caused his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer, so I don't? Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. If you try to conceal anything, you'll be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiry. Ready now. But I think this too carefully, I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? I don't think I'm supposed to. One that shows who really killed Prosecutor Miles? Marshall. I think I'm not supposed to. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie? Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. But you have just admitted to concealing evidence. GG, dude. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Is anything odd about the chest area? It looks like a part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, has been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. My voice is going. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her? I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister... Wait, if I made it look like the blame lay with her sister... See, you're admitting that you pretty much framed Emma. So what the fuck... Then when she saw the scene, she would ask my aid. So you assisted Miss Skye. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. I mean, those items in the safe. But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence. What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb work. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to... Oh, my battery's alive, right? To go and wipe the blood off all the other pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Oh. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Riso. Coffee up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant. That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. I've just remembered something. Blood's on his shirt. Yeah. I know how I'm getting in now. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It wasn't relevant? It's been a long battle. Oh, I've got to present it now, okay. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, the victory is mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. It proves it, but not in the way you think. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. You cut it out. That was you that did that. Also, it's a lot more rounded in the picture than it is there. Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. No need. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to have been left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. This must be authentic. Conclusive evidence. You're slow on the uptake level, Evan. Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence, yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on them. Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. No? Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now, since proceeding is predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is...
Take that!
Emma. Emma Skye? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Just held on for a little bit longer. I think I'm nearly there. Also, I didn't tell you because then it would be like, oh, you're the murderer, but you're not the murderer. Just give me a second. Fucking Santa over here. You're really something, Wright. You knew this girl did it all along. And you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Skye? You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Skye, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Huh, but I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. You mean that you concealed? That, my friend, is a serious offense. No. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge boy. Yeah, but you concealed evidence too and you admitted to it, so you're going to be fucked as well either way, mate. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? You really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall. What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? No. I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. It's this, right? Right? And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. Yep. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. But there's no blood on the piece of leather. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth has no blood on it. Wait, there's no blood on it. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on a jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No. It's finally all over. Please let it be all over. Objection. Oh god. It was so close, Writer. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Oh, well, this is where I would look at the book. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Ah, shit. Yeah, it doesn't fall under either of those. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Reggie? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. Well, it wasn't relevant then. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Didn't know it's conclusive then, so it wasn't relevant? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm sticking with my argument of it wasn't relevant. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I did not. It wasn't relevant. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Ha! So the evidence is illegal. You? No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Reggie, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, do so now. I guess the evidence book. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? Book 2, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And, here's the crux of the matter, you see at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when that picture was presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No, he's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's back. Yeah, we went through this. No. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the Chief of Police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. Oh God. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insists on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then, all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible for you to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Grr. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Skye involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I feel bad for having to do it. Felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. The Old did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Ajay? What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you're no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Ajay. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sound of a new... Oh, I didn't read the end of that. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Skye, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky, I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Oh, she smiled. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. Huh. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, the trial has gone on far too long already. Yes, it definitely has. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty! Yay! It's over! The first game is over, finally! That is all! This court is adjourned. It's past midnight. I'm so tired. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? Sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Faith thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Miss Edgeworth. And she didn't thank her. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. I thought you weren't a detective anymore, dude. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I'm getting deja vu. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, she smiled again. Oh, Emma. Emma! Oh, look at the hug. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me. Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Whoop. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. Mr. Edgeworth? Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. Oh god. No, we've been through this multiple times. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. The thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma. Ooh. Were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You had your boyfriend. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. The truth? I don't fucking know. The Blue Badger. That might mean something to you, but I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership. Huh? Mr. Wright. It seems you still have a lot to learn as well. Well, what could neither of us have found by ourselves? The truth. The answer to that would be the truth. Neither of us would have been able to find the truth ourselves. I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence. I'm curious as to what the right piece of evidence was now. It's time for me to go. Load, 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 load. Mr. Edgeworth? If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? Okay, this says right here I was supposed to present my badge. Yeah, the walkthrough says I was supposed to present my badge, so I don't know what the game was. But what I face now is my problem. I just looked up a walkthrough to find out that I was fucking right, and the game was like, Edgeworth? Oh, I'll be waiting for you in court, babes. Love you. Farewell. Farewell, mon ami. Better be going to... Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn, and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Oh, she's so cute when she smiles. So another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. Bye, Emma. See you in Apollo Justice. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Oh God, Larry. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Well, she was just in court. You're still technically at the courthouse. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Oh well. You see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Objection!
Oh, planning script director Shu Takumi. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back into the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Planning Takeshi Yamazaki. Oh god, again, apologies for pronunciation. Design Kazuya Nuri. Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation at the chief's office. If we penalized you any more, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Art Yasoi Ki Koijiro Ogiwara. Oh my god. Kota Fakamachi Tan. I cannot read Japanese. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes sir, then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. Who's guarding the entrance then? Graphics, Suichi Muramoto. I can't read these fast enough. Koiji Aoki, Chai Nakama. The Blue Badger. His partner's the Blue Badger. Oh good god. It's in your nightmares. It hasn't got feet. I've just realized it hasn't got feet. Oh no. Fumaiki Saito. Saito? Hitoshi Sakai. Shiro Makata. I'm really trying. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this in for me. She's seeing one of the guards. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Akemi Kimura. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The right way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Localization, Ben Judd. Brandon Gay, Kaori Funakoshi. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see. What was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he'd been doing something or other. How many years? Well, anyway, I got another child to go to, so I'd better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. That's what his chair looks like. What really amuses me is like this one name I know from the localization team, Maya. Ah, nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. Bye, Maya. Yeah, I can't remember her name right now, but she was the woman that did localization. And I've not seen her name on here at all. Mr. Edgeworth? Oh god. Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. What's going on? Oh, Emma's going whereas Maya went. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh. Oh, that is so cute. That is adorable. Capcom! And achievement unlocked, Rise from the Ashes. Clear episode 5 of Ace Attorney. And we are done. We are finally done. And can move on to this game. I mean, not right now, but we will move on to this game. Ah. Too sleepy. Too sleepy. Time's